Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at the Valonqar theory. Not really theory, this is a prophecy about which there are lots of different theories about who the Valonqar might be, but we'll get into all of that. This is the latest in a series of videos where we are digging deep into some of the mysteries in the world of ice and fire. We've looked at things like the tragedy at Summerhall. I can't remember what else we did last time. Night of the Laughing Tree. Now we're getting onto the Valonqar, which is a part of a larger set of prophecies that we'll get into in a moment that Cersei received that has really kind of guided and shaped who she is and what she is doing in this story. I will start by saying that this is, I am here only because I want to do some thank yous to start with, only because of my patrons. Thank you so much, patrons. All of your support is hugely well received. I cannot do what I do without you. Secondly, also, let's get a little bit of early love in for the moderators who do an amazing job here. Thank you so much as well. Let's start with setting the scene for what the Valonqar is, what the Valonqar prophecy is. I will get on in a moment. I've got some questions from my patrons. I will try and pick up as much as I can in the chat as we're going along. But the Patreon prophecy itself, we have to go back a reasonable amount of time, back to when Cersei was 10 years old. So this is well before the Robert's Rebellion. And the situation there was the Mad King, Aerys II, was on the throne. His Hand of the King was Tywin Lannister. Now, things were starting to go a little wrong. They hadn't gone really bad yet, but they were starting to go a bit wrong. But Tywin clearly had these ideas that he could get his family even higher. He could marry his daughter, Cersei, to Rhaegar, who at the time was unmarried, and that would mean that, give it a couple of generations, the people on the throne, on the Iron Throne, would be Lannisters. They would be half Lannister. This was his plan, this was his idea, and in order to make this happen, he persuaded the entire court, went over to Lannisport, and he had a tourney there at Lannisport. And while he was there, the idea was that he was going to put this idea, finally, he was going to put this idea to Aerys, the Mad King, and he was going to say, hey, you've got a son, I've got a daughter, you've got the most powerful family in the Seven Kingdoms, I'm your Hand of the King, your closest ally, why don't we just join our two houses together? He must have thought this was the moment. This information clearly had been shared among the family. Jenna Lannister, who was Tywin's sister, Cersei's aunt, had kind of let Cersei know that this was the plan. And Cersei was excited, but she wanted to know more. She's 10 years old at this point, and she decides that she wants to go to see this woman called Maggie the Frog. Now, we'll come on to who she is exactly in a bit, but she is clearly a woods witch, a seer, a magic user, someone who can see the future, and she takes with her two of her best friends, one of whom gets very scared and runs off before anything happens. The other, Melara, goes with her. And Maggie the Frog is well known around Lannisport. Well known not just to sort of the local people, but to the nobles. The nobles themselves go to consult Maggie the Frog because she clearly has this reputation of knowing the truth, being able to see the future. Cersei goes there and she wants some answers to questions about the future because she's just been told she might be marrying Rhaegar. So she goes in there, and Maggie, it appears, she probably doesn't live there full time. Normally, probably, as we'll come on to, she's probably quite a well-to-do lady, but she's living in this tent for the time of the tourney. Everybody, the tourney fields are there. If you imagine there's a tented city everywhere. And she finds where Maggie the Frog's tent is, and she goes there with Malara. And Maggie's asleep. And so she goes to her and wakes her up and basically says, I want to know the future. I'll pay you. I need to know I need you to answer some questions for me. And so Maggie does. She basically tries to send them away. And they say no. And then we get to the actual foretelling where Maggie says, okay, if you want to do this, then I'll need to have some of your blood. And so she gets them to cut the fingers, she sucks their blood, and she says you get 3 questions each. Malara, we'll deal with Malara first, because she is she thinks that she loves Jamie, and she wants to know, am I gonna marry Jamie? And Maggie comes back and basically says no. She says, worms will have your maidenhead. Your death is here tonight, little one. Can you smell her breath? She is very close. And this turns out to be true. It's a sort of a self-fulfilling thing, because Cersei is so freaked out by what happens. She's so freaked out by the truths that Maggie the Frog says that she kills Malara. She pushes her down into a well and lets her die there. And so Maggie's first prophecy comes true. But Cersei gets 3 questions. And the first question that she asks is, when will I wed the prince? The prince here in this case is Rhaegar. This is why she's there. When will I wed the prince? Never, says Maggie. You will wed the king. Now, we know that she doesn't marry Rhaegar, and she does in fact end up marrying King Robert. But Cersei, 10 years old, gets a bit confused by this. So she then asks the follow-up. I will be queen though, right? She says. And then Maggie then says, queen you shall be, until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. Now, Maggie, it's very clear, we probably won't come back to this point, but she's a bit annoyed with these people coming and demanding that she just tells their future. And she seems a little bit grumpy, a little bit angry all the way through this. I mean, here we get when Maggie says, yes, you'll be queen, malice gleamed in Maggie's yellow eyes. And then she says, queen you shall be, until there comes another. The kind of implication here is that Maggie the Frog could have said a number of different things, but she says the things which will hurt Cersei. The things which are not exactly what Cersei wants to hear. She could have given a wonderful view of the future. Yes, you will marry the king and you will have 3 beautiful children, and for a long time you will reign and rule. She could have done all of these things, but she decides not to. She decides to do the things which she knows will niggle away at Cersei. So, we get this queen you shall be, until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, and she gets annoyed. Cersei gets annoyed. She said, I'll get Jamie to kill whoever this is. And then she says, will the king and I have children? This is her 3rd question. She knows she's got 3. This is her 3rd question. Will the king and I have children? And Maggie goes, oh, aye, 6 and 10 for him and 3 for you. Again, Cersei gets confused. How can the king have 16 children and I only have 3 children? I asked, how many children will we have? We understand, again, this seems to have come true. Robert Baratheon seems to have had a lot of bastard children, and then Cersei has the 3 children. At which point, Maggie the Frog probably could have then gone on and just like said, "That's it. That's your three. I've given you your answers. Go away now." But she seems to be on a roll at this point. At which point comes the Valonqar prophecy, because we get the old woman was not done with her. Gold shall be their crowns. This is her three children. Gold shall be their crowns, and gold their shrouds, she said. And when your tears have drowned you, the Valonqar shall wrap his hands about your pale white throat and choke the life from you. So basically, the Valonqar is going to kill Cersei. So that's what the Valonqar prophecy is. Now she went away afterwards, and this was running through her mind, and she wasn't 100% certain about what all of this means. She asked her scepter, "What does Valonqar mean?" And her scepter said, "Oh, that's High Valyrian. It means little brother." And so Cersei got this thought into her head: little brother. That's Tyrion, right? Because Tyrion was her little brother. And this impacts all the way through the story from that moment on. When you read Cersei's chapters, you will find that she thinks about this again and again and again. She talks to Qyburn about it. She talks to Taena, her bedfellow, about this. She's constantly thinking about it. She immediately jumps to the conclusion that the person who killed Joffrey must have been Tyrion, because Tyrion is the Valonqar. He's the person who's going to kill her. Tyrion, to be fair, does a couple of times tell her to her face that he will kill her. Now, whether or not you think Tyrion is being serious with that, Cersei heard it and she took it to heart. So she does have reason to think that Tyrion might be the Valonqar. And so this drives the action. From this moment on, we get her thinking, how do I stop this? Is this possible? Can I stop this from happening? Can I stop Tyrion from killing me? And obviously the answer is, if I kill him first. And so she says that he's responsible for Joffrey's death. She tries to get him killed there. And then when he escapes, she sends out the message that anyone who brings me his head will get a lordship. That's a massive prize. She gets people coming from all over the place with dwarves' heads. And obviously none of them actually catch Tyrion. But she's obsessed with this idea. If we cast our mind forward a little bit to maybe not even the Winds of Winter, but a Dream of Spring, Tyrion is going to come back with Dany, and Cersei is still going to think that he's going to kill her, but now she's going to think this person is going to overthrow me and he is going to be the person who killed, and he's got the means to do this in a way that he perhaps didn't before. She just thought, I can try and get rid of this guy, he's my little brother, I can do it. Now perhaps if things go roughly the same way that they did on the TV show, we're going to get Tyrion backed by 3 dragons and a massive army and Daenerys herself. So suddenly this will look real, and she will become even more convinced that Tyrion is the Valonqar. But the question is he? Now, I did a whole video on this, incidentally. If you're interested in the details of this, I did a whole video on the Valonqar maybe a month ago. So if you want a more considered view on this, please do go and check that out. But one of the things I dug out there was this thought about whether the Valonqar might possibly mean little sister, not just little brother. Now, where we get that from is this idea that High Valyrian is a lot more fluid in terms of the genders within language. So, for example, when you get English it doesn't have male and female attributions in the same way that, say, French does. You would have, or German does. You would have everything. Things are either male or female, and so here we have this specific word Valonqar, and people wonder whether or not Valonqar, we're told it means little brother, whether this might also mean little sister. And people often go to Maester Aemon when he's talking about the prince that was promised. When he's talking to Sam, this is quite late in his life, and he says, "What fools we were! What fools we were who thought ourselves so wise! The error crept in from the translation. Dragons are neither male nor female. Bath saw the truth of that, but now one and now the other, as changeable as flame." And the clear implication is that this could mean princess that was promised. They translated whatever the original High Valyrian was into prince that was promised. Might it also mean princess that was promised? Now, I think, as I say, go and have a look at the video if you're interested in the detail of this, but I think that the important point here is that George R. R. Martin is not a philologist. He is not a language person. Yes, he loves the English language. He writes beautifully and wonderfully, very precisely, but he does not pretend to be the kind of writer who creates languages. He's a big fan of Tolkien. And he said this: Tolkien was a philologist and an Oxford don and could spend decades laboriously inventing Elvish in all its details. I, alas, am only a hard-working science fiction and fantasy novelist and don't have his gift for languages. That is to say, I have not actually created a Valyrian language. The best I could do was try to sketch each of the different tongues of my imaginary world in broad strokes and to give each their characteristic sounds and spellings, which, when you actually boil this down, means that High Valyrian, George R. R. Martin only came up with 7 words in High Valyrian. So when we're trying to dig into this idea that maybe George R. R. Martin is trying to do a clever linguistic thing here with High Valyrian, no, he has not. He admits he has not created this language in that amount of detail that will allow that. The person who has created High Valyrian is a guy called David Peterson, who is a fantastic character. He's done not just for Game of Thrones, he also did Dothraki for Game of Thrones incidentally, but for a lot of different fantasy and science fiction languages. He has created the language, and he is clear when he was asked about this point was put to him that perhaps Valonqar, a word that he will be very familiar with, as it's one of the very few words that George R. R. Martin actually came up with in High Valyrian, that Valonqar might mean little sister. He was very clear, and I'll actually read what he said to you. This is in relation to the Maester Aemon quote I just said. He said, "Many have taken this quote as evidence that High Valyrian is a language without grammatical gender. It proves nothing of the kind. All this says about High Valyrian is that the word originally used in the prophecy that was translated as prince in common, i.e. English, can refer to either gender, e.g. the way that scientist can refer to either gender in English. Maester Aemon here is commenting on how the assumption, given the context, was that the one prophesied must be male, because this is something that is presumably common in Westeros society, but crucially that it need not be so. That is all this quote is evidence of. It says nothing whatever about the gender system of High Valyrian." And he even goes as far as creating a different word for little sister, Hidar or Haidar. So as far as he is concerned, and he probably knows better than most of us how High Valyrian would operate, this does mean little brother. So we have Cersei here left with looking for the little brother who will kill her. And that drives the plot. I'll say this up front. I'm sure I will reference it again a bit later. But for George R. R. Martin, the truth of the prophecy is less important in terms of driving the plot forward than what people believe about it. So it's less important to the plot whether who this actually does refer to than who Cersei believes it to refer to. The fact that she believes it is Tyrion is already driving the plot forward. Whoever it turns out to be, as far as the plot is concerned, is actually slightly less important. Yes, there is a truth to all of this, and we'll get onto that distinction in a moment, but George R. R. Martin, I think, is reasonably clear in showing that this is about interpretation as much as, if not more, than the truth of the actual who is the Valonqar question. Okay, so let's go to some questions from my patrons. Having a quick flick through the chat. Mattia just saying, hey everyone, great to see you as well. And Michelle Ramo also on the road, great to see you too. Let's go to a question from Gina Z saying, hi Robert, what do we know about Maggie's background, magical or otherwise? Her predictions seem quite detailed and accurate so far. And then Madeline Tyrell Dane adds, what do we know about Maggie the Frog's life before meeting Cersei and afterwards? Is she still alive during the time of the main story? And will she reappear in the books? So this is really interesting because this is a thing I think a link that a lot of people have missed that isn't directly relevant, I think, to the Valonqar, but is quite relevant to some of the rest of the plot. So we get a couple of references to Maggie the Frog in the books when people are talking about who she is. The first is Cersei. She's talking to Taina, who is her bedmate. She's had a bad dream about this. And she tells Taina about what this was, and this is her response. She says, a woods witch? Most are harmless creatures. They know a little herbcraft and some midwifery, but elsewise she was more than that, says Cersei. Half of Lannisport used to go to her for charms and potions. She was a mother to a petty lord, a wealthy merchant up-jumped by my grandsire. This lord's father had found her whilst trading in the east. Some say she cast a spell on him, though more like the only charm she needed was the one between her thighs. She was not always hideous, or so they said. I don't recall the woman's name, something long and eastern and outlandish. The small folk used to call her Maggie. So that's the background that Cersei gives. She comes from Essos. She was foreign. She had a name that nobody seems to know. It was long and eastern and outlandish, says Cersei. The small folk used to call her Maggie. So Maggie the Frog is not her actual name. The frog seems to be about her appearance when she got older. Cersei thinks of her as being sort of squat and green and ugly, and that's where Maggie the Frog comes from. It's not actually her name. No part of that is actually her name. And similarly, I think that we often get caught up in this idea of the TV show when they showed this, and she comes in, or they didn't actually show the Valonqar bit of the prophecy, perhaps because they decided they weren't going to do anything with that, but we did get to see Maggie the Frog, and we see her here in a tent. It looks grim and dark. We don't get this idea that she's actually probably quite a well-to-do person. She's in a tent because this is the tourney at Lannisport. Everyone was in a tent. There was, imagine like a festival. Everyone was there in a tent somewhere, and you just had to find the right tent. So this doesn't show what her social situation was in any way. Her social situation actually seems to have been quite high. Firstly, half of Lannisport used to go to her for charms and potions, so she was well known. She was famous in the Westlands. She was the go-to physician, magic user, prophetess in that part of the world, and the fact that Cersei has heard of her clearly implies the fact that it's not just the common folk who went there. Even the lords and ladies were aware of who she was. And the reason why is that she was mother to a petty lord, a wealthy merchant up-jumped by Cersei's grandsire, she says. This lord's father, so this was Maggie the Frog's husband, had met her in the east whilst trading in the east. Some say she cast a spell on him, etc., etc. And then he brought her back. So we're starting to get a picture here. Maggie the Frog, not her real name, was a young, beautiful woman, it would appear, who knew some magic somewhere over in Essos. This trader meets her and brings her back and marries her. So she comes from Essos, which is like mysterious, particularly to people in Lannisport. It's they're a whole continent away from Essos. And she comes in, and the two of them have a son who, again, seems to have become a very successful trader. And this trader was made a lord. And it was made a lord by Tywin's father. So Cersei's grandfather. Now this is Tytos. He was a very weak Lannister lord. He's the guy who the Rains of Castamere they rebelled against. He seems to have sort of given out rewards and lordships quite easily, but certainly this means that Maggie and her husband's son was well known enough and respected enough within the Westland society to be made a lord. Not just knighted or anything like that, but made a lord. So, she is the mother of, at this point, a mother of one of the lords of the land. She's not just some random woods witch. This is how Cersei seems to sort of imply. She's, in her memory, it's all, oh, this is horrible, this is like dark and dingy, we're going to a tent. That's not what this is. This is the mother of a lord of the land. A wealthy, independent, it would appear perhaps that her husband has died by this time, but a wealthy, independent, influential woman. Cersei, though, is obviously the next step up in terms of power and influence. So that's what we get from Cersei. But the bit that the link that a lot of people don't seem to make, or perhaps haven't picked up on, comes from what Kevin Lannister says. This is Cersei's uncle, Tywin's brother. They're talking here about Robb. He's talking to Tyrion. They're talking about Robb Stark. And they say, Robb Stark, he's married someone. He's broken his oath to the Freys, to all the Frey, and he's married someone. In the books, this is Lady Jane Westerling. Who is Lady Jane Westerling? Well, this is what we read. Lady Sibel, who's the mother of Jane Westerling. We read, Kevin says, Lady Sibel's grandfather was a trader in saffron and pepper, almost as lowborn as that smuggler Stannis keeps, Stavros. And the grandmother was some woman he'd brought back from the east, a frightening old crone supposed to be a priestess. Magi, they called her. No one could pronounce her real name. Half of Lannisport used to go to her for cures and love potions and the like. He shrugged. She's long dead, to be sure. So, this is the same person. Maggie the Frog is Jane Westerling's grandmother. And this implies that there's a whole subplot going on with Sybil Westerling, whose name is Spicer, that she's the daughter of Maggie the Frog, and the hint is perhaps when we're talking love potions, maybe he cast a love potion or created a love potion that made Robb fall in love with Jane Westerling. Is that possible? Maybe. It's probably for another video, as this is like we're going a couple of generations past Maggie the Frog here, but there is a magical line that follows through from Maggie the Frog all the way through to Robb Stark's wedding. So, fascinating little extra detail that we've got going on there. And the agree with saying, so Jane Westerling has the blood of a magi and could be pregnant by a walk. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on here. So, we've got Maggie the Frog is from Essos. She's potentially a priestess. This is what Kevin says. We don't get any more information about this. They say she was a priestess. Of what religion? We don't know. Maybe she was just a magic user. That's just like something he throws in there. She comes over, she meets this trader from Westeros, from the Westerlands, it would appear. She comes over to the Westerlands, settles there. She's married to him. She has a son. The son gets made a lord by Tywin's father. That son, she has a daughter who marries the lord, and then their child marries Robb Stark. The link through there is one that we miss all the time. Is there a magical element there? I will leave that for you to discuss in the chat. Okay. So, all of that was trying to answer Gina Z and Madeline Tyrell Dane, what do we know about Maggie the Frog? She is magical. Maybe she's a priestess. We're told she's a woods witch. The general feeling is that so Maggie is not her name. This appears to be some magi, seems to have been what the magic user basically, and this was sort of slightly turned into Maggie, contraction into Maggie the Frog, because that's what Cersei thought she looked like. She clearly was a magic user. At least she had a very good reputation, quite a reputable person in the Westerlands. Half of Lannisport went to see her, so that's her background. As for after that, we don't know. Kevin Lannister says she died, and that's it. Probably that's all we ever will know, to be honest. But any kind of ideas, when we get Woods Witch, we immediately think, oh, there was another Woods Witch that we hear about. She became the Ghost of High Heart. She was possibly a child of the forest or half child of the forest. There's that whole link there. That doesn't seem to be the case, because she doesn't seem to have always looked like that. This seems to be how she looks now. This kind of like Cersei calls her ugly. The extent to which she actually was ugly, I think we have to leave to our own imagination, because Cersei thinking that does not mean that was actually true. Martin S. saying, good evening, Robert. Hi there, Martin. Saying, I hope you're well. Wheel of Time Season 3 finale was released earlier today. Have you watched it? No, not yet, I have to say. I'll very briefly go into Wheel of Time mode. I've seen, I would say, the first 4 or 5 episodes of Season 3. I think it's kept up. So, season 1 of Wheel of Time, I felt was fine. I enjoyed it, but I like that kind of stuff. Season 2, I felt was a step up. It went quite a bit away from the books, quite a lot, but I felt that in terms of a TV fantasy show, I thought it worked really well. Season 3 has had some absolute standout moments. I thought the way they started episode 1 was fantastic. I've heard good things about the finale of season 3, but maybe I'll binge it in a few days' time. I've been holding out that. Life Glug saying, I always thought it was strange that Rob and Jane were left alone in a bedroom in that culture. Made me think it was possibly a setup. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the implications. We won't go quite down that road. Maybe we'll do a live stream about that one day. Andrew K saying very possibly a love potion use. Levac saying, could she have slipped Rob some fantasy Viagra? Yeah, I mean, I think the all of this is kind of, it's not hinted at. That, I mean, the fact that was it Kevin's who said talked about love potions, and Cersei talks about casting a spell on him to make him fall in love with her. So the implication is that Maggie the Frog certainly seemed to know some things along those lines. So Sibel Spicer perhaps could have known some of those things too. The possibility is definitely there, and I think George R. Martin wanted us to have that kind of possibility. Let's go to Commander Ray saying, if George R. Martin with mysteries like this, or with Jon Snow's mother, he leaves so much evidence it's painfully obvious, and many in the fan base feel like he wouldn't be so obvious. I think he is being obvious again, and that is exactly what will happen. It's Jaime, not Tyrion, who will kill Cersei. I think the show ignoring it and having a very lazy ending has caused doubt that it will happen in the books, but ultimately I believe Jaime will once again take the life of someone who wants to burn a city to the ground. The Kingslayer becomes the Queenslayer and concludes most of his arc. And Hermione, on the same vein here, says, hello Robert, hope you're well. I am, thank you very much. What are your thoughts on Jaime being the brother who kills Cersei? It would be poetic that Lannister gold, his hand, is what does her in. So first of all, picking up this Commander Ray point here about George R. Martin being obvious, I think in this instance he's not, although I think I understand the point you're making here, which is that sometimes we overthink these things so much and think that something becomes obvious because we read into this so much, that we then reject it because we think it is so obvious. R plus L equals J, I think, is the classic case study here. R plus L equals J, who are Jon's parents. This we've talked about as a community for so long now. This has been out there for 25 years. People have been more, probably. People have been talking about this. And finding all of the clues dotted throughout. If we hadn't had that long, and if we hadn't had so many people going into it in such detail, I suspect people wouldn't think it was obvious. I suspect people would think, well, yeah, this seems to make sense, but we'll wait and see. And I think the same is the case here with the Valonqar, is that Jaime, for reasons I will get onto in just a moment, Jaime, for me, is the most straightforward answer. He is her little brother. He was born just, they're twins, but he was born just after her, we're told. So he is her little brother. Tyrion, although he certainly seems to have it in him to kill family members, he has shown that, and he has threatened Cersei on a few occasions, and he's definitely thought about killing her. It wouldn't perhaps provide as much satisfaction in a story sense as if Jaime kills her. So I think Jaime is just on that level the most likely. there are other possibilities. We'll come on to the other possibilities in a moment, do not worry. But yeah, I think most people would say that the most straightforward answer here is Jamie. If you're suggesting something else, you may well have evidence for it, but I think everybody has to accept that a possible answer is Jamie, and probably the most straightforward answer is. So, why Jamie? First of all, he is her little brother, and she thinks about him as her little brother. Secondly, we get the idea that's dropped a few times in the text that they came into the world together, they will leave the world together. Say, for example, Jamie thinks that I cannot die while Cersei lives. We will die together as we were born together. And then Cersei talks about, we will leave this world together as we once came into it. So that's kind of woven into this story from the beginning, this idea that Jamie and Cersei came into the world together, they will leave it together. And that, if we take the digression into the TV show, seems to be where they went with this, that the Valonqar there was falling masonry. She was killed by the roof falling on her. But Jamie happened to be there. So I think the bit that we can take from that is that Jamie and Cersei will die together at the same time, roughly. So, but there is a Valonqar. There is somebody who kills her. They just decided not to include that in the TV show, probably because they wanted, I mean, at the risk of trying to get into the heads of the showrunners, probably because they wanted to focus in on Cersei getting quite paranoid about who is this younger, more beautiful person who's going to take over from her. That was the presenting issue at the time. She thinks it's Margaery. That allowed them to create tension between Cersei and Margaery. The prophecy that she got from Maggie the Frog had so many different elements that it probably would have confused, they would have thought that it would have confused the audience. But this, pardon me, to be trying to go down too many different paths with it, so they just focused it on one thing rather than everything that was in there. So that's the first part, the idea that they will die together. Then we get their arcs as a whole, and it has to be said that they are coming apart. When the story started, they were very close together, and then you can see this from both Cersei and Jamie. Cersei was always further away from Jamie than Jamie was from Cersei, but Jamie in particular has pulled away. We see this almost every chapter, is that he breaks free. Feast for Crows, almost every chapter, the theme of the chapter is one part of him breaking away from his family, whether that is him pulling away from his father, saying, I'll basically come back to Castle Rock, I'll make you my heir again, and him saying, no, I'm not having that. Another chapter is focused in on Tyrion, and he had something he needed to confess to Tyrion, and he did, and that broke apart that relationship. When we get to him being up in Riverrun, when you read that, the end of that chapter, the chapter where Jaime's at Riverrun, the snow starts to fall. Winter is coming. And he uses that, his brain goes off in different directions. He starts to think about his family, and he thinks about his father, and he starts to wonder, what would his father do? How would his father cope with this idea? Suddenly snow is coming, we can't get any more food, we don't know how long winter's going to last, these things can last for years. And he decides, I wouldn't handle it like my father would. And he thinks about Tyrion, and he thinks about Cersei, and then he gets the letter from Cersei, and the letter from Cersei says, I need you to come back and protect me. I need you to be my champion. Please, I love you, I love you, I love you. And he reads this letter and he just crumples it up and he says, burn it. And that's where he is moving away from his family. He's moving away from Cersei in particular, and he starts thinking more and more about Brienne. His arc is taking him away from Cersei. Now, where does that go at the end? It takes him further and further from Cersei. Would he come full circle and come back to her? Possibly. But the other arc that he's got, the bit that is right there in his kind of origin story for who he is this idea of Kingslayer. He is held up. The world thinks that he's an oathbreaker because of what he did, which is, as a member of the King's Guard, to kill the king. Now, he knows and has kept secret to himself, obviously, that the reason he did that was to save hundreds of thousands of lives. Aerys wanted basically to blow up King's Landing. So we know that he is willing to break one of the most central things to himself, a vow that is central to who he is, in order to save innocent lives, and is willing to be seen by everybody else as this great oathbreaker. A lot of people, I'm among them, think in terms of Jaime's bigger arc, if he comes all the way back to Cersei, and then Cersei, who has huge amounts of echoes of the Mad King, if Cersei is about to blow up King's Landing or something along those lines, and he decides the only way to stop her is to kill her, that has echoes of what happened with him and the Mad King. He's then a Queenslayer as well as a Kingslayer, a Kinslayer as well as a Kingslayer. He will be remembered badly by history as somebody who killed his sister, who killed his king. And yet he perhaps will be one of the most tragically heroic characters in the entire novel series. So the arc works really well. The argument against Jaime often comes down to not motive, because everybody accepts maybe he will get to the point where he might want to kill Cersei. Means no, because an opportunity, because he could do it. He's one of the few people she trusts enough to allow in to be in one-to-one space with her. She would never think that he would kill her. So nobody kind of doubts it on those grounds, but some people do doubt it on the idea that the Valonqar, we're told, will wrap his hands around your neck and choke her and kill her. He only has one hand. Can you wrap a golden hand around somebody's neck? I mean, I think this is a matter of semantics. Yes, I think you could. But I can understand why people think perhaps not. Martin S. George R. R. Martin remade the name Edward into Eddard, remained Peter into Petyr. Not to make the point at the expense of your first name, but do you think he retained Robert as well? He could have remade it into Robert or something. Yeah, so he did. So when you get Robert Glover is spelt differently, Robett, and then we get Rob, who is Robb, which is a different spelling. Yes, Robert Baratheon retains the Robert, but he certainly uses different versions of it. But yeah, on the wider point, he definitely, George R. R. Martin takes classic sort of often British names and just slightly tweaks them and makes them more fantasy-y. Land of Always Winter. Can you touch on ways in which Cersei's belief in this prophecy affects her psychology? Does it feed into her cruelty? How else does this change her? Yeah, I've got questions touching on this a little bit later, but I'll sort of pick up on this largely now. How does this affect her her nature. My personal take is that who she is sort of largely unaffected by this. This does, I think, affect her psychologically, but she would still be quite paranoid. She would still think that she had this kind of superiority complex, this kind of huge confidence, feeling that she's cleverer than everyone else, that she understands what's going on. All of that will remain exactly the same. What this does is it provides a focus for it. If she's not to blame, other people are to blame, and she has to have some focus for who these other people are, and Tyrion is one of those focuses. So that's where I think this goes. I don't think it shapes her core personality as who she is, but I think it allows that to be focused in on specific individuals. For my people saying, I really hope Cersei runs into a still living Maggie upon her return to the Rock when she flees King's Landing. Yeah, I mean, that would be a great kind of reunion. Cersei, it has to be said, has not really been, she's visited, but she's not really been at Castle Rock for 20 years or more. Most of her adult life. She was sent up there, I can't remember the exact age, but she was sent to King's Landing when she was quite young. Because Tywin, her father, still had, even though he had this rejection, Aerys turned down the idea that his son might marry Cersei. Tywin seemed not to give up on this idea, and he brought Cersei to court. Perhaps, this is Jaime's thought processes, perhaps the reason why was that Tywin thought that Elia Martell, who Rhaegar obviously married, was so sickly that she would die and Rhaegar would need to remarry. Or perhaps Tywin is even thinking further ahead and thinking, well, Viserys, maybe there's another son, another Targaryen son now, maybe Cersei could marry Viserys. In any event, Tywin seems not to have given up on the idea of Cersei marrying into the royal family. It's just that the royal family she married into was a different one in the end. But what that meant was that pretty much all of her adult life she's not been at Castle Rock. Yes, she's been back, she's visited, she grew up there, but she won't know what's going on. Kevin Lannister says that Maggie the Frog is now dead. I see no reason why we shouldn't take him at his word and where we shouldn't just say, okay, fine, so she's now gone. She should be at that kind of age now. She seems to have been a lot older. At that point when Cersei was 10, she seems to have been, if not old, then an older-ish person. And she would have been a grandmother, potentially the age to be even a great-grandmother by the time we get to the main story. So yes, she would now be very, very old. I agree, it would make for a great sort of meeting once more, but I don't think that's going to happen. Martin S. saying the word "why" was lost in my previous super chat. Why do you think he retained Robert, as in Baratheon, as was, instead of tweaking it? Yeah, it's quite an interesting one. I mean, I don't know if I've got an answer. I'm happy. This is one of those ones I will happily throw to the chat. There are other names. I'm trying to think of some off the top of my head that he kind of retained, rather than going full fantasy. Maybe he just wanted a character who felt more real-worldy. I don't know. One of the things, I've said this many times, but one of the things that is very noticeable about Book 1, which is where Robert Baratheon is that it is very... It's high fantasy, but pretending to be low fantasy. We have the prologue, where we have the others. We have the very last chapter, the last few lines, where we get the dragons introduced. And then we have a random brand chapter where it's quite magic-y, but other than that, it's low fantasy. Magic, by all of the wise and good, clever people that we know, Tyrion, Maester Luwin, they say magic doesn't exist. And in fact, it's the kind of thing you would laugh at. You would scoff at the idea of magic. So that's the world of Book One. And Robert Baratheon rules over that world. And it's after Robert Baratheon dies that the world starts to become more magical again. So if the king, I mean, this is, maybe George R. R. Martin didn't go down this brain process, but this is just, I guess the way I conceptualize it is that if you get the king who represents the Seven Kingdoms, who is not a fantasy name, and when there is no magic-y stuff going on, and then he dies, and after that magic starts to slowly seep in, that kind of works for me at a metaphysical, allegorical kind of level. Right, let's go to a question from Andrew Biederman, saying the Valonqar mystery stands on the assumption that Maggie the Frog's prophecies are accurate. She's been spot on so far, which makes me wonder why hers are so straightforward and accurate compared to most of the other prophecies we have in the story. What power is she tapping into, or how is she doing her magic? So let's start answering this one. We'll come on to where does the magic come from in a moment. Let's start with this one by looking at what she actually prophesies. Because yes, we got the Valonqar thing, but what she actually prophesies. She says, some are here who have no futures. She's talking about Melara here. Because Melara will die that day. So is that clear? And is that right? Well, it turns out right, but it definitely wasn't clear to Melara at the time, and it's one of the good prophecies are very obvious looking back on them, but not so obvious looking forward. So I would say yes, clear, but clear looking back on it. Secondly, she asks, when will I wed the prince? And she's told, never, you will wed the king. She's confused by this. She should be confused by this. She thought she was going to marry the prince. So, you will wed the king. Does that mean that I'm not going to marry him until he is the king? Or does that mean that I'm going to marry King Aerys somehow? Does that mean I'm going to marry another king? It's not, at the time, it was not clear to her. She's confused. We can read that she is confused by this, understandably so. Looking back, we can go, oh, that makes sense. But at the time, probably wasn't that clear. And so she queries, so I will be queen, right? It's just reassure me on that point. This was her third question. And the answer is, queen you shall be, until there comes another younger and more beautiful to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. Now, has that happened? Has she been cast down and have all of the things that she holds dear taken from her? Well, not yet fully, one would argue, I suspect. And that kind of tallies with what we've already got, is that looking back, this probably will be quite clear. We'll be able to say, oh yeah, so there's the younger and more beautiful person who took all that you hold dear and cast you down. But at the time, she doesn't know. She decides later that this is Marjorie, but she doesn't know. So, is it clear? Looking back, yes. Looking forward, not so much. Will we have children? Yes. 6 and 10 for him, 3 for you. Again, we read, she's confused by this. She does not understand this at the time. Looking back, makes perfect sense. Robert Baratheon has 16 children, she has 3 children. So all of that lot, I think I would put under this very broad heading of At the time, it wasn't clear. Looking back, it makes sense. So, with the sort of the exception of the younger, more beautiful person, which maybe we're nearly at, and we can start making guesses, the other things have happened. Then we get this extra bit, and this is bonus from Maggie. Maggie said you get 3 questions, and she's asked 3 questions and she answers 3 questions. This is the extra bit that she tags on. We're even told, Maggie the Frog was not finished with her yet. There's more she has to say. Gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds. When your tears have drowned you, the Valonqar shall wrap his hands around your pale white throat and choke the life from you. Now, I would argue this is one of those things that, again, looking forward, it's not 100% clear. That's why we've got a whole live stream on this, because it isn't. If it was just very clearly, and then Jamie will wrap his hands around your throat and kill you, that would be clear. This is not. Little brother, we can look back at it later and we'll be able to say, oh yeah, her little brother did kill her. That makes sense. But looking forward, we don't exactly know who that is. Crucially, interestingly, we're sort of halfway through this in terms of, the first part of it. Gold shall be her children. Gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds. Implies that they're all going to die, but they're all going to be crowned. And already we've had 2 of them who've been crowned, and one of them we've had an attempt to crown her, Marcella. So that's starting to make sense looking back, but to her that doesn't make huge amounts of sense. Then we get the final bit here where you get Melara asking, but will I marry Jamie? And the answer is not Jamie nor any other man. Worms will have your maidenhead. Your death is here tonight, little one. Can you smell her breath? She is very close. That, one could argue, is pretty clear, both looking forward and looking back, but it's not exactly the kind of thing you want to hear, is it? So on this, she is very clear compared to others. I would say yes, sort of. Some prophecies are not clear at all. Patchface, we'll look at Patchface at some point. Patchface's prophecies, they clearly are prophecies. They clearly are some kind of mystical understandings about what's going on in the world. Are they clear? Not very at all. Are some of the other ones even clearer? Well, the Woods Witch, the Ghost of High Heart, seems to have had quite a few that seem very clear, if we know what's going on. But again, they seem to be I don't understand that, if you're looking forward, or if you don't know the situation. So, is Maggie the Frog giving clearer prophecies than others? I don't personally think so, looking forward. I think that they are, however, phrased in a way that allows us to look back on them and understand exactly how they were fulfilled. What magic is she tapping into? Well, Qyburn does opine on this a little bit. Cersei talks to him and basically says, what can I do about this? And Qyburn says, having listened to the story, says, so blood magic is, some say, the most powerful magic. So she is tapping into powerful magic here. What source does she have? Well, George R. Martin likes to keep the sources of magic, secret. He doesn't want us to understand exactly what happened. He wants it to be a mystery. He thinks that makes it scarier. He thinks that makes it wilder, more magical, not just sort of pseudoscience. So to a degree, I think we'll never know. But the in-world answer, I think, is that she had magic from Essos, source of which we do not really know, but she learned blood magic, which we know is very powerful. And incidentally, if we're talking about, we often talk about blood sacrifice and, the king's blood. We often think about that sort of going backwards, that if you are a king or if you're an heir to the throne, outside of all of this, Cersei was going to be queen. She was going to be queen regent. Hey, she might even go to a greater powers. Who knows where she's going to go? She is the mother of at least 2 different monarchs. She has got queen's and king's blood running through her. So her blood that she gave up for this magic is actually quite powerful. So that perhaps shows how this can be so absolutely spot on, because the blood magic itself is powerful, Maggie the Frog appears to be powerful, and then Cersei's blood appears to be powerful. Sarah, awesome source, hi there, saying, what if it is not Cersei's little brother? Perhaps someone else's will do the deed. Are there other little brothers we may be overlooking? I like the idea of maybe Fagon or even Bran in a Three-Eyed Raven moment. Yeah, so this is interesting. I'll expand on this point more in answer to a later question. But it's noticeable that the phraseology here is the Valonqar, not your Valonqar, which does open up the possibility that it's not just your little brother, it is another little brother, somebody who takes on the role of little brother. Who could that be? Well, if you dig around the internet, you'll find 101 different possibilities for who this might be. Who could be the little brother? Euron's a little brother to someone. Could he kill her? Yeah, I guess so. Bran is a little brother, not the littlest brother. Obviously, that's Rickon. Could he do it? Again, you could argue how you might get around to that. I've seen the Hound, who is also the little brother. He's quite big, but he's the little brother. Might he do that again? Yeah, that's entirely possible. Fagon, if he is indeed Aegon, then does that make him a little brother? No, that actually makes him a big brother. Little brother as in the second child, but then you start getting to what does little brother mean? Are we talking about little brother to another person or the youngest of the brothers? So there's lots of different ways of looking at this. I think George R. Martin kept it deliberately vague. Would it be Fagon? My instinct says no, partly because I think it's arguable whether he is the little brother, and partly because although she will be in his way, I suspect that her story has a little bit more to run than what I think will happen in the Winds of Winter, is that he will sort of basically chase her out of King's Landing. Might it be Bran? That's the other person you suggest. Well, yes, but in the short term, Bran is focused very much on what's going on north of the Wall, stopping the others, things like that. And if, as he is Bloodraven's protege, then he will also be focused very much in on Jon, as Azor Ahai Reborn, who you could argue he is actually the younger brother. Where does Cersei fit into that? If Bran is going to kill her, it's only going to be at the very, very end of the story, I would argue, because Bran is going to be focusing on the north. And if Cersei survives to the very, very end, perhaps in this kind of Scouring of the Shire kind of chapter that we've often talked about, then maybe he would do something. But instinctively, no, the method of death that the Valonqar does is to strangle her. That's not really a Bran way that we could see. He's a magic-y person rather than a physical strangling. Okay. Quick flick through. Vivek saying in the chat, saying the real problem with this logic is that it allows it to be most male characters. Yeah, so the little brother, a little brother, does allow to be, depending on how you interpret it, most different characters. George R. Martin's happy with that. He's all right with that. He likes to keep us guessing. I'm still and I'm probably going to, unless somebody comes up with some amazing bit of evidence that I've not seen before, I'm still in this camp that the most likely person is Jaime. Let's go with Corvus Corax saying, hello Robert, hi. What are your thoughts on reanimated Tommen being the Valonqar? Though out there, it would be fitting for Cersei to have Qyburn bring her son back, only for her child to fulfill the prophecy. So this is, I've seen this do the rounds a few times out there on the internet. Might Tommen be the Valonqar? Now, the starting point for this idea, before everyone, how, what? The starting point for this is that I'll read again this bit of the Valonqar prophecy. So where we get to is Maggie the Frog is asked about how many children Cersei's going to have, and she says, "Will the king and I have children?" And Maggie says, "Oh, aye, 6 and 10 for him and 3 for you." And then we get Cersei's little moment of reflection that says that made no sense to Cersei. Her thumb was throbbing where she'd cut it, and blood was dripping on the carpet. How could that be? She wanted to ask, but she was done with her questions. So she's thought, I've had my questions now, I can't ask any more. But Maggie the Frog carries on. The old woman was not done with her, however. Gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds, etc., etc. And then, when your tears have drowned you, the Valonqar shall wrap his hands around your pale white throat and choke the life from you. The argument for Tommen starts with this idea that this is a continuation of what Maggie the Frog was already saying about her children. You'll have 3 children, and here's what's going on with it, and they will die. And gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds. So she's carrying on talking about these children. And when your tears have drowned you, because she's lost her children, the Valonqar shall wrap his hands around your pale white throat. The argument goes that the context here is that Maggie's talking about her 3 children. Gold shall be their crowns, etc. And then she says the Valonqar shall wrap his hands. If we're talking about the 3 children, who is the Valonqar? Who is the little brother? It's Tommen. So that's where this argument sort of or suggestion comes from. You're faced, however, with an immediate problem that we're told that the 3 children will die before the Valonqar happens, which means that you have to say, so Tommen has to die, and then Tommen has to kill her. But you then follow the logic and say, okay, well, maybe he could come back as a white. Qyburn is definitely there. He seems to be making whites, science whites. Could he not bring her back? Yeah, I guess so. That kind of makes sense. Is that likely? I mean, it's hard to say, really. You'd have to understand why she would allow that, because he clearly would ask before. Might she think, I need to get my son back, just make him come back from the dead? Perhaps that's where Qyburn's rather dark arc is going to take him. But then you have to say, what would prompt Tommen to kill her? Because Robert Strong appears to be, Zombie Mountain, appears to be loyal to her and doesn't appear to be about to attack her. Are they actually loyal to Qyburn? We don't know these details. And might he then, if she betrays him, might he turn his zombies upon her and Tommen would be my issue with this is that all of these things you can always come up with, and well, maybe that. With Tommen, you go, okay, I can understand the logic. Maybe all those things do happen. Is that the most likely outcome? I don't think so, because zombie Tommen doesn't have a motive for killing his mother. I guess you could argue that strangulation appears to be his thing, that the white zombies seem to do. That seems to be their preferred method of killing. But that seems like quite a vague sort of substantiation for this idea. So I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out, but at the same time, it doesn't seem as strong as some other suggestions. Let's go to a question from Sir Friend. I'm fully behind your view of the character's interpretation of things like prophecy driving the narrative far more than the thing itself. However, some of these things have to actually come true, even if we are debating them at the end of the story. So I agree, by the way. Yes, I often make this point that what matters more to George R. R. Martin is who believes what about these different prophecies, not the truth or not of the prophecy. But that said, clearly prophecy is real and true and powerful in George R. R. Martin's world, and so a lot of this will come true. So Friend goes on. Some mysteries in A Song of Ice and Fire will be hugely complex, but I subscribe to Occam's razor for Cersei's prophecies, and the whole nature of her character is thinking she is clever whilst usually missing the point. She thinks about Rhaegar when the prophecy is for Robert. She's worried about Marjorie whilst ignoring any potential threat of Dany. For the Valonqar, she's so focused on Tyrion, but isn't worried about Jaime. So the question you've got following on from that is, do you think Cersei will ever accept or be able to accept that she's wrong about everything she blames Tyrion for? So I agree 100% with this fact that a lot of Cersei's character is that she believes really strongly in one thing but kind of is missing the point. And as you say, she thinks that she's going to be marrying Rhaegar, but actually she's not going to. She thinks that Marjorie is the person who's going to overthrow her. Probably, depending on your perspective, it could be either Dany or Brienne taking all that she holds dear. And here she's convinced it's Tyrion, but that blinds her to the idea that it might actually be Jaime. So all of that I absolutely 100% agree with. This, you asked though, that will she ever be able to believe that she's wrong about everything she blames Tyrion for? I mean, my instinct is no, but I do wonder whether at the very end... Actually, let's pause for a moment. We're talking blithely about the idea of Jaime killing Cersei. We will see this through one of their perspectives. We will see it through a Jaime POV or a Cersei POV. If I were George R. R. Martin, probably the easiest one to do is Cersei, because she wouldn't see it coming. And we can later have Jaime thinking back on it if he survives for another chapter. We can lately see Jaime thinking back on it and thinking through why he did it. But if we do get this from Cersei's perspective, might she in those last moments go, oh, Jaime's strangling me, he's the Valonqar, it's not Tyrion after all, maybe I was too harsh on him. Perhaps a bit of that. I don't think Cersei's character is going to change 100% even at the very end, and I don't think she's going to go, oh, Tyrion, I'm so sorry, I realised that I falsely accused you of so many things. That doesn't really seem to be who Cersei is and what she's about. Okay, let's go with... have a quick look in the chat, actually, see what's going on. Greet Weirwood, a mugger with golden hair and green eyes, and as she dies, she looks up and sees his resemblance to Jaime. Cannibal the Dragon saying, what will Cersei hold dear at the end? Her kids have died, her family is gone, the only family she will have left is Jaime and Tyrion. So, I mean, it's hard with these prophecies to know the exact timings, but I think the implication is that the younger and more beautiful person who will take everything she holds dear will happen significantly before the Valonqar actually kills her. So what does she hold dear? Her power, her children, Jamie. At this moment in time, probably that's all we can get. Which is where you could get Dany from, because Dany could push her from her throne. Dany could be behind, or be seen to be behind, the deaths of her children, and also maybe Jamie falls in with her. I don't know. You could make a case on those grounds. Also, perhaps somebody, whoever, Arianne maybe, who marries Fagon, if she becomes queen. If the Dornish, as is very possible, kill her children. Perhaps this younger, more beautiful person could be a number of different people, not just one. Okay, let's go to a question from Ranabin Mitra, saying, I hope you're doing well, and GGMU, regardless of the result, tonight we will be back. Yes, I've paused this before the end of the game. Incidentally, for anyone watching live, this isn't a football live stream. I'm not going to talk about football. Don't tell me the final score, please. But Ruben Amorim is indeed bringing the glory days back again. Do not worry about that. What, in your opinion, is the narrative purpose of Cersei having a Valonqar prophecy attached to her character in the books, apart from the obvious that it's a cool and fun aspect to track for the readers? For example, Tyrion and Marwyn going to Dany serves the narrative purpose of Dany not having to go to Asshai to gain knowledge of the dragons and the past. We as readers clearly can see this purpose. What therefore is the purpose of Cersei having this prophecy? Well, I think it's where she puts her energy. She is very focused on who is this person, who is the younger, more beautiful person, and thinks it's Marjorie. Which means when she has her position of power, when Kevin has gone, as happened at the end of Dance with Dragons, when she is basically in control of King's Landing, when she sees even more evidence, as she will think, of the Tyrells getting involved in killing her family, she will take all of this out on Marjorie, because she's afraid of Marjorie. And Qyburn has basically told her, we kind of skipped over this point, Qyburn basically told her, you can avoid prophecy. You can do this by just killing the people who are supposed to do bad things to you. And so that's what she's going to do. That's the plot imperative that we've got to start with Marjorie, but then also she thinks Tyrion will kill her. And if she thinks that Tyrion will kill her, then she will want to kill Tyrion. And now part of that is sending out people trying to collect his head. But how will she react when Tyrion comes back? Let's not assume it's going to be how it was on the TV show, but on the TV show he came back as Hand of the Queen to Dany. Suddenly he's got huge amounts of power. Suddenly he is the person who can send people after her in the way that she's been sending people after him. That will hugely affect how she operates, what she does. She will, I think, continue to be an antagonist throughout the next two books. So that's what the narrative purpose of this is this is pushing her into actions in different places. Let's go to Simon Schaffner. How has Cersei's personality been shaped by this prophecy? Is her belief in it an integral reason as to why she's such a crazy, paranoid and spiteful lady? Is it the main reason why she hates Tyrion? It seems to me that she would have been the same way for the most part if she'd never have heard of the prophecy. But if that is the case, then what will result from her knowledge of the prophecy? How would Cersei be different if she'd never heard it? Also, this seems unlikely, but is there any chance that Tommen or Myrcella could be the Valonqar? So I think I've answered the Tommen bit. The Myrcella, I think we just add in the same. I think that she's the younger sister rather than the younger brother to start with, but also I think you have to jump through a few hoops to believe it's going to be her. But would she be the same if she'd never heard of this prophecy? I mean, instinctively I think yes. George R. Martin makes a huge show of her echo of the Mad King. Maybe even she is. I did a video on this. Maybe even she is his daughter. So she probably would have been paranoid anyway. She was brought up in a very clear way. Her mother died when she was young. Her father was always very distant to her. Her brother, whom she clearly cared deeply for, was sent away at a young age to go off and be a squire. She had to be who she was from a very young age, and she had to be strong and independent in her mind, and she also felt that she could rule. There was no reason why she, because she had to be so independent and because she could see what her father was doing and others perhaps couldn't, she felt that maybe she should be the person to be in charge, not anyone else. All of that would not have been affected by the prophecy. What the prophecy did was it gave a focus for all of this. What it did was it allowed the paranoia that was already there to find focus on specific individuals. One thing I think it does add is this. She otherwise seems a largely rational person, not in terms of, I mean, in many ways you could argue she's irrational, but not in terms of how she kind of thinks or operates with other people, but she's not immediately buying into magic and superstition. This seems to be her gateway into that. This seems to be the way that she sees, well, this happened. I can't deny it. This has proven to her that prophecy, that magic in some way does exist, when others around her, including people like Tyrion, previously scoffed at it. This is her way into magic, which, if she comes across Euron later, which I suspect she probably will mean that she will perhaps be more likely to believe any kind of visions that he has, the ways that he can see forwards. Mara Lee, just a show of much love and support. You are the best. Thank you so much, Mara. You know I hugely appreciate your support, so thank you very much indeed. Very generous of you as always. Also saying for the mods and for the fabulous folk in the chat, and for Dan, your handsome dog. Yeah, Dan is... I did promise actually on I did a pre-recorded live stream. I said I would get a picture of him. Next time I will get a picture, because I know lots of people want pictures of Dan. I will get a picture of me and Dan, and you will be able to see that next time. Carlos Ballerina saying, I don't think she would have paranoia without the prophecy. She's too narcissistic to believe anyone could touch her otherwise. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting thing that the part of her personality was there, but it clearly got triggered by the prophecy and the prophecy coming true. I think that as she sees bits of it, one after another, coming true, then she starts to get more focused on the idea that how do I actually stop the rest of it coming true. That I don't think is the only cause of her being paranoid, but it is, yeah, as you say, I think it works hand in glove with it. Let's go to question from Catherine Furseth. Actually, I've only got 2 more questions from my patrons, so please, I mean, I'm happy to talk for a while longer. Please do drop any more questions into the chat. I'm very happy to pick them up. Catherine Furseth saying, if Jaime turns out to kill Cersei in the end, and thus fulfilling the prophecy, what do you think the circumstances would be? Where would he have to be mentally and emotionally in order to do it? How much of the TV show's version will we see of his and her arc, relationships with Brienne and Euron, etc.? How will Jaime and Cersei end up together in the end, which seems likely? Thanks for this series. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm enjoying the series. All of these things, I always have to say this, but the further into the future of this story we go, the less certain we can get. So some things we can say for pretty with a pretty strong certainty, I think, are both Jaime and Cersei think they will end up together. They think they will die together, or at least they will die at the same time. Both of them think there is a strong bond there. However, Jaime in particular is moving away from that. He has abandoned her. At the very least, him burning her letter asking him for help is, if not if not exactly him wishing her dead, it's him almost absolving himself of the responsibility of keeping her alive. So he has shifted. Just as I'm thinking about this, actually, there is one other bit of evidence for Jaime that I think I put in that video, which is linked in with Sibel Spicer, actually, I think it was, who he thinks about killing her. It's not a very Jaime thought process, but he thinks about killing her, and the way he thinks about killing her is strangling her with her necklace, which has got shells on. Cersei also wears necklaces and deliberately kept the chain of the hand of the king, which is lots of hands in a chain. Is it possible that is this George R. R. Martin kind of doing sort of foreshadowing that Jaime, to get around this, wrapping his hands around her neck, is wrapping the hands in the same way that Tyrion killed his lover Shay with the necklace, the hands of the king? Maybe he would use that to strangle Cersei. It's possible, but slight digression. So this much I think we know. They're going apart, but they think that they're bound together still. Now, my sort of on Cersei's arc, my sort of working theory is that she's going to do bad things in King's Landing on the basis of the framing of the Tyrells for the murder of Pycelle and Kevin. She will take them out. Something not necessarily exactly the same, something akin to the blowing up of the Great Sept. She will also want to get rid of the Faith of the Seven, the High Sparrow, at the same time, who's been obviously a huge problem for her. So we get her doing that. The people will hate her. She'll probably because there will be huge amounts of collateral damage there. She'll probably raise taxes on them as well. We got some foreshadowing of that also in that Kevin chapter, the epilogue. So when Fagon arrives, the people almost certainly will kind of push her out and welcome Fagon. We've got lots of, if you want to go back to Rhaenyra in the Dance of the Dragons, that I think is one of the echoes that we're talking about here. Where does she go? She has to go home, Castle Rock. That's the only place that she could possibly go. She can't go north. The wars are raging in the Riverlands. She can't go east. She can't go south. There's Dawn. She goes west. She goes back to Castle Rock. At which point, Euron probably, and this is roughly what happened on the TV show. Again, we can't take that exactly, but there are hints there. Euron is probably going to fail in his design to get Daenerys to marry him, but he still wants this woman. We're given a vision in one of the previous chapters of the Winds of Winter of a woman standing next to Euron with pale white hands. pale white neck, obviously, is what we're told that she has at the end. So maybe she will get an alliance with him. If so, how do they end up at this position where Jaime, if their arcs are going in different directions, how do they end up back there? Well, again, this is a long way into the future. Lots of different things could happen. But if I had to guess now, I think that Euron as Cersei will be the equivalent of like the Saruman figures in the Scouring of the Shire. The characters at the end of all of this who are still there once the big antagonists, the others, the dragons, they've been dealt with. Euron and Cersei, maybe they've retaken King's Landing, and our heroes, fresh from the fight with the others, realize that they have to get rid of one final enemy here. Maybe she has dug herself back into King's Landing, proclaimed herself queen. Jaime perhaps thinks, I mean, this is just me, how I would do this, but maybe Jaime goes and thinks, I'm the only person she would trust out of all of these people. We could kill lots of people, we just burn down King's Landing, but let's not do that. Let me go and try and have a talk to her. And he does. He tries to go and talk to her, but she, it turns out, has got this plan. She will remember that she got very close with the Alchemists Guild, the Pyromancers, with all their wildfire. Maybe she is there thinking, if they come and try and take the city, then I'll just blow it up. Echoes of the Mad King. What does Jaime do? We know what he did with the Mad King. The Mad King was going to kill everybody in King's Landing. He thinks, I will have, in order to stop that happening, the only thing I can do is to kill her. It's tragic. Jaime becomes tragic. That, if I had to guess, is roughly where we're going to end up. Reflective rambling. Picking up a question for Ygritte Weirwood. Thank you. I love it when people pick up questions for others. That's very kind of you. Ygritte Weirwood saying, if Cersei was the Mad King's daughter, did Aerys think it and didn't want to mess with the prince that was promised prophecy by introducing another incest baby, by Tywin taking the credit for the child? So if did Aerys the Mad King know, if we're assuming that Cersei is his child, which she may or may not be, did the Mad King know? And if he did he deliberately not say anything because he didn't want to mess with the prince that was promised prophecy? It's an interesting question. On the first part, would he have known? I don't think he could have known. I don't think Tywin could have known. This was his wife. And I suspect that even if he thought, if Aerys had done terrible things to Joanna, and Tywin didn't think he could do anything to stop this, and she falls pregnant, it's entirely possible he wouldn't know whose child that was. And when they were born and they had golden Lannister-looking hair, he decided, okay, I'm going to raise them as they're mine, because he did not want the shame on his house. This is entirely possible. In fitting with his character, he did not want the shame on his house that his heir was actually not his heir, his son. So that kind of makes sense. Would Aerys have not wanted to mess with the prince that was promised prophecy? We're not told. This is the fascinating thing with him. We're not told whether he thought this was important. The implication is that he probably didn't. So his father clearly took this very seriously, because his father was told about the prince that was promised, or learned about the prince that was promised prophecy, and was told the prince that was promised was going to come from Aerys and Rhaella's line. At which point, Jaehaerys II said, okay, then my two children marry each other. And the two children didn't want to. So that's our first clue that they weren't mad keen on this prophecy. They didn't think this overruled everything else, but they had to go ahead and do this. The second hint is that we get told that Rhaegar read something which made him think that he was going to be the prince that was promised, which seems to imply that he wasn't brought up being told there's a very good chance you're the prince that was promised, which you would have done if Aerys had thought that the prince that was promised prophecy was real, was true and accurate. Then the only possible candidate for a very long time was Rhaegar, because Viserys was born years and years later. Rhaegar was the only child they had, and so Rhaegar was the only possibility for being the prince that was promised, and yet he seems to have grown up not thinking that that was likely it was him. So I don't think we've got enough information yet, but the implication of what we do have seems to imply that Aerys did not take the prince that was promised prophecy seriously. It was his father and then his son who did. Reflective Rambling, again, thank you very much. Picking up for Kieran McGee, saying, I'm on a reread and there appears to be a Lannister bastard who has a resemblance to Joff on the wall. Do you think Tywin had bastards? I've not investigated this one fully, I will be honest with you. I will happily have a look through this. And if I get a better answer, I will come back to it next week. Do I think Tywin had bastards? Probably not. If he did, sending them to the wall would make some sense. But there are plenty of other Lannisters around there. Geryon, Kevin, and then Titus himself, obviously the father. So if you can then sort of go out to all of their children. So I think that there are plenty of other Lannisters out there that doesn't have to be Tywin. But I will have a look at this and see whether, I mean, we know that Tywin was a bit of a hypocrite about all of this stuff. So I wouldn't say no. Can I spell Arena? If Jaime strangles her with the chain of the hand, do you think this means he'll be her future hand? He already rejected the position once and he seems to be pulling away. What would make him come back? Well, again, interesting question. So this was connected with what I was saying earlier, which is that we get this... It's the kind of thing that feels like it might be foreshadowing, but we don't know until we actually see whether it happens. He thinks about strangling somebody with a necklace. Then we get the gold chain that Tyrion used to strangle Shay. Cersei made a point of keeping hold of that. Does Jaime having it mean that he is her hand of the king? I mean, again, this entirely depends, I think, on how this might work. If he comes back into King's Landing, my feeling is it's probably on the basis of he thinks he's the only person who can talk Cersei down. So if he does, he comes in, he gets allowed in. You could certainly imagine that she might offer him things. This is what she's always done to try and get him on side. She comes at him with a plan. Often that plan is the two of them should get together, but what if they accept that they've perhaps moved beyond that, and she says, the Lannisters can now rule. I'll be queen, you can be my hand of the king. Look, here's the chain. He doesn't have to have been made hand of the king, is that what I'm kind of arguing. The chain just has to be there. And if it's there because she's offering it to him, and then he's thinking, I can't be a part of this. I can't be a part of murdering all of these people. Okay, Karas Ballerina saying unlikely, but there's a theory that Arya could skin change and or glamour into Jaime or Tyrion to kill Cersei. Does this loophole actually count? Yeah, I remember ages ago I did entertain this idea, not so much with Tyrion, but maybe as Jaime. Um, so the loophole. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit, given the fact that we've come down with this idea, I think quite clearly this is young little brother, not little sister. If she is pretending to be Cersei's little brother, maybe that is how this works. The other thing you have to add into the equation is that Arya is one of the few people that actively has said they want to kill Cersei and could kill Cersei quite easily. I don't know exactly, but her skin changing into the Tomcat in King's Landing seems to me to be quite heavily foreshadowed. That, however, seems more of a spying mission than anything else. So she couldn't just like skin change in and then magically appear there. Her body would be somewhere else at the time. Could she go in pretending to be Jaime or Cersei? Yes, she could. As I say, I think it kind of makes sense. The reason I liked this originally, because it ties off two different things. Firstly, Arya's kill list, and secondly, the Jaime dying at the same time as Cersei. So that kind of makes sense. I do wonder, though, where Arya's end point of her arc is, because she's been going down this darker and darker path. But is going to come back now. She's gone down this path of she's got no identity. She's the amount of different names she's had all the way through this story, and then she gets to be a faceless man where she's losing her identity completely theoretically, and then it's all about killing. But something in her keeps hold of her Stark personality. She does not want to give up on that. So where's that going to take her as an arc? Embracing more of her Starkishness. And for her, that also means her morality and her idea of what is right and wrong and who deserves to die and who does not deserve to die. Cersei is one of those characters who you think maybe she still thinks does deserve to die, but perhaps the end point of her arc here is for her to accept that's not for her necessarily. Maybe other people can do that. She does not personally have to do it. I don't know. So, the theory that Arya could do it, I still hold on. I still like it. I still hold on to it. I think it's less likely than Jaime himself personally doing it, but it's entirely possible. Martin S. What is up with Jaime and Cersei, biologically or genetically? I don't think non-identical twins are any more similar than regular full siblings, but in a fantasy series, as well as in their own belief. So I think what's going on with them, I was just trying to see if there was a follow-up to that. They are obviously non-identical in as much as Jaime's a man, Cersei's a woman. However, they are identical enough physically that when they were children, people couldn't tell them apart. So they do look very similar. In a fantasy series, might they? I mean, I think that's kind of nailed it. Is this idea in a fantasy series they are there as twins, but they are very different. When you read their character POVs, they're very different people. Jaime's full of a lot more self-reflection, Cersei, no self-reflection at all. So they do come across as different characters. There is, and somebody in the chat always remembers the exact technical scientific term for this. There is the possibility that though they might be twins, they might come from different fathers, which kind of ties in with this idea that perhaps Cersei might be Aerys' son and Jaime might be Tywin's son. It's possible, but I don't know whether George R. R. Martin would really go down that kind of slightly nerdy scientific angle. Ordinary You saying, hi moderators, thank you for providing a safe space where we can nerd out over Game of Thrones fandom. That's why these moderators are the best. They're amazing. It's not, I don't just say this because I think they're great. If you are here watching this live, please do give a little bit more love to the moderators. I did it right at the top of the stream, but let's do it again now. One thing that I always want for this chat is to be a supportive place where you can ask the questions you want to, where you can suggest things you want to. Nobody just gets the victim of ad hominem abuse. The moderators do an amazing job there. We can just talk about the things that we enjoy. So thank you, moderators. You are amazing. Donna Daly saying, I'm quite unusual in that I think Tyrion is the Valonqar. Also that he is a Targaryen, which would make him both Cersei and Dany's little brother, which would also explain the rather than the your. Okay, so that's interesting. So the Tyrion is a Targaryen. I've been on record of saying this is the theory that I move about on the most. I think because George R. R. Martin moves about on it the most. If you just devote your analysis of is Tyrion a secret Targaryen to the first half of Book 1, I think you'd say that the evidence suggests very strongly that he is. If you just based it on Book 5, I think again you would probably say the evidence is sort of broadly that he is. The bits in the middle, though, not so much. Pardon me. So it's possible. It's very possible that Tyrion is a Targaryen. And the idea that he's that would make him both Cersei and Dany's little brother. I mean, Cersei obviously you'd retain technically being Cersei's little brother and Dany's little brother. I mean, he would be born before Dany, but obviously he'd be little, physically little. So yeah, I guess he could be the little brother. I don't know. It's one of these things where you when you say that the Valonqar rather than your Valonqar. I think I've got a question on this in just a moment, so I'll probably segue nicely into it. It really depends on how much emphasis you want to put on it. George R. R. Martin probably didn't. I mean, I hate to say it, yes, he cares about the details of his stories, but he probably put less thought into this than we're about to put into this. Madeline Tyrell Dane, last question from my patrons, saying, good morning from Australia. Well, good day to you. Why do you think Maggie the Frog used the High Valyrian word Valonqar instead of the English little brother? My memory is that she used English for the rest of the prophecy, so why not this word? Is there a significance to it being in High Valyrian? For example, the Valonqar is Targaryen. Keith Boynton saying, forgive me if I've beaten this drum before, and I know I'm not the only one, but if Jaime does turn out to be Valonqar, why is that one word of the prophecy in Valyrian, and why the Valonqar instead of your? It seems to me that these word choices can't possibly be arbitrary. George R. R. Martin is much too careful a writer for that. Would love to know your thoughts. So, what about the and the use of High Valyrian at all? I have wondered about this. My take partly is that it's possible that this is George R. R. Martin, as I say, he put less thought into this than we do. But in world, I think perhaps the answer is that Maggie the Frog chose the words that she used carefully, because she knew how Cersei might respond to her using different words. So let's, for example, say she didn't say the Valonqar. She said your little brother. Now, what would that be? Well, we've already found what would the result of that be. I mean, if she interpreted that as being Jaime, then is there a chance that Cersei would have just turned around and ordered her death because this is such an insult to her? I think it's reasonably likely. She already said that if Tywin, if her father found out about what had been prophesied, then he would order Maggie to be killed. And she's already thinking about what Jaime might do to somebody if they would sort of bring her down and things like that. So she's got violence on her brain. And Maggie the Frog almost certainly will have picked up on that. So if Maggie the Frog knows that this is Jaime, we don't know if she does, but let's imagine she does, maybe she thinks, well, how do I say this truth while still hiding it from her? Maybe I'll say little brother, but in a language that she doesn't know, but can probably find out later. What if instead of saying your, I say the? That way, she's left slightly guessing. I've still given her the prophecy, but she's left slightly guessing. So that would be where I would go as a sort of an in-world answer to this one. But the uncertainty, I think, comes in that how does Maggie get this prophecy? It's clearly magic, but does she get the words beamed into her head some way and then she repeats the words out? Or does she get an image of the future and then she gives the words in a cryptic way? We simply do not know, because we do not get this from her perspective. We just get this from Cersei's memories of what happened. So, above and beyond that, we get George R. R. Martin's general idea that he doesn't want people to understand what's going on. He doesn't want people to understand how magic works, because he wants magic to be scary, uncertain, random to some people. So that's the sort of the background we got there. I think if I had to guess, the boring answer is that George R. R. Martin put less thought into this than we did. The in-world answer, more interesting, is that Maggie the Frog made the decision to say that because she knew what would happen if she said, and Jaime will kill you. I think there are other solutions, but those are the two that seem most likely. Kieran McGee, you've been helping with me with the long newborn night, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I always love to know how people are listening to I know a huge amount of people, they don't just watch them, they're just sort of listening to them doing other things, and that's absolutely fine with me. If however this you wish to consume this, or however this blesses you in any way, great or small, then I hugely appreciate it. So yeah, I hope your little ones get to sleep. Martin S, I kind of tend to think, where did that question go? I kind of tend to think it is a fantasy thing, the meaning of them being twins, but I just wondered if you thought there was more to it than that. Yeah, I mean, that broad fantasy thing, yes, it's quite easy. George R. R. Martin has said on a few different contexts, he has emphasized this is a fantasy world. Look for fantasy explanations, which means that it's not, you shouldn't look for scientific explanation. Most famously, when he's been asked about why the seasons are out of balance, his answer is, a lot of people come to me with these long, complicated explanations of moons and planets and things like that, and the orbits of different things. And he says, no, that's a scientific explanation for what's happening. There's a fantasy reason for this, and there's a fantasy explanation. So I think as a default, although he was a science fiction writer, he is very clear this is a fantasy world, and so rather than looking for a scientific explanation, then you should be looking for a fantasy explanation to most things. Right. I think that's me. Well, that's all the questions I've got from my patrons. Let's just have a quick flick through the chat. JJ saying hello to everyone. Finally, I catch you live. Just wanted to thank this fantastic community and Robert. He seems a wonderful person. And the world would be better if there were more people like him. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Joe Magician. Hi there, Matt. Great to see you. Saying even in his sci-fi, he uses a lot of fantasy to explain things. Goes by the rule of cool. There you go. Wise man saying wise things. Thank you, Matt. Great to see you. And Northern Tommy getting another quote from George R. R. Martin here saying, overly explaining magic isn't fantasy but fake science. Yes, that's the thing George R. R. Martin has said a few different times when he's talking about how he likes his magic to be not easily understandable, not something that you can come up with a formula to describe. Ordinary You saying, can we see Dan the Wonder Dog before the live ends? Not today, I'm afraid. No, he took himself up a long time ago. But I promise I will get a picture for next time. I will do some clever thing, and you can maybe put it in the background or something like that, so you can have a picture of Dan all the way through it. Ramon Cavalcanti saying Maggie's priority is clearly not to make it clear to Cersei what is going to happen. I think she takes pleasure in responding to the insolent little girl without giving her any chance to understand. Yes, so I think this is actually a really good one to kind of round up a lot of what's going on here. When you're reading this, it seems it's Cersei's memories, but it's very clear Maggie's been kind of woken up. She doesn't want to do this. Cersei is like pulling rank, saying you have to do this for us. Maggie is not happy, and there's a when Cersei's asking questions, it's almost as if she's giving an answer that definitely gives the right answer, but she's choosing perhaps to say the things which are more vindictive and more she's adding on extra information that perhaps she didn't ask for, particularly at the end. She gets her 3 questions. Cersei thinks she's done. Then comes that, and then all your children are going to die and you're going to be killed by the Valonqar. That's a thing that it would appear under the contract, as it were, that was going on here. Maggie did not have to say, but she added it on. And we also get that little bit when we sort of get this throwaway line when she gets where was it now? I'm trying to find malice gleamed in Maggie's yellow eyes. She's happy to be answering this question. The question here is when Cersei says, yeah, I am going to be queen now, right? And yes, says Maggie. Then malice gleams there, and she says, queen you shall be until. And it's like, it's almost the way that it is written, it's almost as if Maggie has to answer the question, which she does. Yes, you will be queen. She could have just stopped there and said, yep, you will be queen, the end. But then she suddenly thinks, I could say something more here, which is a little bit hurtful. So Maggie is not here trying to helpfully give Cersei all the information she needs. She is annoyed with Cersei and her attitude, and she seems quite vindictive. Now, one thing we've not touched on, but I think is also definitely worth a mention, is all of this is from Cersei's recollections. What was said, how it was said, what the situation is. George R. R. Martin has been very clear he is writing this with the potential for the unreliable narrator. Cersei, out of all of the POV characters we've got, is probably the one that you would say most obviously comes across as a very unreliable narrator. The way that she interprets the world is very different to the way that we seem to see it through other people's eyes. Should we take this as the literal truth of exactly what happened? I would argue no, we shouldn't. The words, the things that are there, we can probably take largely because Cersei will have remembered them, but will she have remembered the exact wording? Might she, in her own mind, might she have transposed your and the Valonqar? She certainly remembered the word Valonqar, but might she have transposed those two words, misheard her? These things are possible. So this all ties in with George R. R. Martin's, he wants magic to be mysterious, to be uncertain. He doesn't want us to be able to just sort of say, this is it. You don't go to somebody and say, I need an answer to these 3 questions, and they give you the exact answer. That's not how he wants his magic system to work. You go there, you ask them 3 questions, and you get given answers you might not actually want. That's across so much fantasy, but George R. R. Martin loves it. Right. I think with that, I think I'm caught up. And one more chat. Martin S. saying George R. R. Martin's view of magic for his series is kind of the opposite of that of Robert Jordan and Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson is obviously often held up as being the archetype of somebody who has a lot more of a hard magic system. You know how magic works. You're told you need to collect these things and do that thing, and that's going to create that result. That's what he does. George R. R. Martin is much more like the kind of the J.R.R. Tolkien, very soft, loose magic system. You kind of understand some of the principles that are going on here. Clearly, sacrifice is important. Blood magic, it seems to be quite important. Intentionality seems to be quite important. Most of magic seems to come from people wanting to do magic. You certainly need to train in it a lot of the time. So there's some of these kind of principles are there, but exactly the ingredients, even the people who do magic don't always seem to understand it. Melisandre, the fantastic chapter, worth unpacking at some point, but even she, who clearly is incredibly magical and can do wonderful things, does not always completely understand what's going on with the magic, what she sees in the flames. Okay, and with that, let's say that we've got a lot of other videos coming up. I promised that I think the end of the series that I started a long time ago, and they kind of like paused for a bit, which is the Starks and Winterfell thing. I have got a video on that which will be coming out at some point in the next couple of weeks, which is looking at why might all of this be the case? Why might the Starks be tied into Winterfell? What might the background history be there? We've also got one on Melisandre. How powerful, as we're talking about this just a moment, how powerful is Melisandre? That will be coming out in a week or so's time, and a few other random videos here and there. So I've redone the Joffrey's tax policy one, in case you remember that one from a while ago. So that one should probably be coming out next Friday. Okay, I think that is it. It's for those who celebrate, it's the Easter weekend. I think also Passover coming up as well. So if you are celebrating either of those things, then I hope you have a wonderful time with your families. I think that's probably it from me for now. I will be back same time next week with another one of these, possibly a pre-record, we shall see, but we will carry on with this series of mysteries in Westeros. That is all for this time. Patrons, thank you hugely. I simply cannot do what I do without your support. Appearing somewhere around here in a moment is going to be a link to my Patreon page. If you would like to support this channel, the best way to do that is through Patreon. And thank you very much. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to other live streams that I've done, if you'd like to go and watch some of those. So that is all for this week. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again next time.